Okay, now mic's on. Even though the DB says it's on, but I usually make sure it's in the green, yellow. Alright. Team fights on... What? Well, that can't be right. Wait, what's team? Oh, team is 7. Okay, no. Sorry, no. Tag. Tag through 5 rounds is too long, actually. Good thing they have option separate. Excuse me. Wait. Oh no, it says it up there. Back. No, neutral and then back. Wait, did I turn off the danger? Gotta change that back. Two minds think alike, eh? I gotta turn on the danger zone. I had a force of habit of turning it off. No glasses for my. No glasses. No, they saved that for for 6. Dang it, I keep taking wild guesses. I was like, mid kick, mid punches. Dang. Okay. Wow.
また夢中になっちゃって恥ずかしい。可愛がった。ごめんなさい。でもゲットレディー。それ。こちらよ。
Wow. fan. No walls.
ごめんなさい。でもゲットレディー。
Oh, nice. Good guess. Damn. Cannot get a good read on that whatsoever. He knew I was gonna go for a grab.
ゲットレディー目障り任せて課長よ
Damn.
引っ込んでない参ります風車崩し
Oh, I don't know why.
また夢中になっちゃっ
I feel like Virtua Fighter characters are hard to predict.
てよろしくお願いします
Uh-oh, speaking of unpredictable.
ゲットレディーはっそれかせいたせいせいはっふきはっ
Damn. Can't complain about the results. Could have sworn she. I'm trying to do a backflip kick thingamajig. Maybe not her. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Even Kokoro's moveset is so bizarrely confusing to work with. But, yeah, that's the beauty of mix-ups of punches and kicks.
I'm no pushover, sweetie.
ごめんなさい。でもゲットレデ
Really fast. I was gonna throw. Oh damn. Is that a high punch or a mid? Dang, nice side step. Really? That wasn't a mid kick? Maybe that was a high kick. Mila, always the troublesome fighter. Good MMA fighter.
そなたがハヤブサか。ごめんなさい。でも
Next time. Excuse me.
I'm no pushover, sweetie.
Uh-oh. Even more double trouble. mid kick. At least I think it should be a mid kick. No, it's not.
必殺忍び鉢
Got a nice grabs on the ground. That was a bad input. Blech. Damn.
しょうがないわね必殺忍び鉢白の舞花鳥線必殺忍び鉢花鳥線
Always the lows I cannot get right. I only did one punch and I get lifted up. Is that a high or a low? I mean, not low, mid. That is confusing. It is confusing as fudge. Especially that launcher. It looks like a high, but it could be a mid, could be a low. What is Sarah Bryan's deal? Ugh. Hey Ratchet, what's up? This is why Virtua Fighter characters are the most dangerous ones to deal with. Ugh.
ゲットレディー。必殺忍び鉢。必殺忍びます。
Of course. わお。Oh, damn. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, this... I was like wondering, this stage doesn't have a hazard. At least not this version.
覚悟はできているか。
ごめんなさい。でもゲットレディ必殺忍び鉢誕生戦。とりゃあ
Oh, come on.
華麗に参上参上す必殺召喚参上すよっ
Of course, only the CPUs will be able to predict all of your moves, your highs, and lows, and mids, and throws, incoming throws, tech throws. That's what I was waiting for, but yeah. He already got KO'd. 'Sheesh. I do a mid, and they duck like at an instant. What is this, Crash Bash, where the AIs know what you're about to do? Probably. Wait, I should have predicted. I'm facing the wrong way. Serves you right, drunk. New COD has returned to Nintendo consoles. Oh yeah, after what? Well, I don't remember. The last Call of Duty on Nintendo consoles was Black Ops 2 for the Wii U. Hey, at last, the 10-year contract is now in the it's now finally happened. But that was like, what, 4 or 5 years ago? That means Activision has another 5 years left to continue to support Nintendo by making more Call of Duty games for the console. For them. Otherwise, no, actually no, now they're out of the clear in a way, because technically speaking, in a I'm no lawyer, but the fact that, you know, finally Activision made it a thing, like they fulfilled the contract. They didn't say how many games they were forced to put on Call of Duty games to be put on Nintendo consoles. As long as there's one Call of Duty game on a Nintendo console, then the contract, technically speaking, is fulfilled. And no, Nintendo, even if they said they want more, like 2, and they try to file a lawsuit, that's not gonna work in their favor. Because, again, the contract only said, as long as there's a Call of Duty game on Nintendo consoles, then they're good. But chances are, though, Microsoft definitely would want Call of Duty to be on every platform. PC, PlayStation, and Nintendo, of course. And hey, if it works well, despite Call of Duty's, well, state, well, chances are, yes, there's still going to be more Call of Duty for sure. But now that, you know, pretty much Nintendo has finally caught up with hardware specs and all, Activision has no excuse, really. They have to continue to support, Nintendo, until the day comes when somehow, some way, Nintendo's next generation consoles in the next couple of decades downgrades itself, or, you know, has like lower specs compared to whatever the future holds for PlayStation and Xbox, should they continue. Whatchamacallit. But yeah, it finally happened. About damn time. It should have happened 2 years past after the contract was signed. Especially after, like, what, Modern Warfare 3 remake? Or reboot, right? Or Vanguard or something like that. I don't know what year the contract started, but yeah. Or yeah, Black Ops 7. But then again, Black Ops 7 was totally not worth having at all. But there was another thing that Activision finally fulfilled. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 is finally a thing. Remember a long time ago, after Modern Warfare 3 was done, finished, and people were speculating and even spreading false rumors. Oh, Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty is going to be MW4. No, what they made was much worse. It was Ghost. And I played Ghost, and I can confidently say it was a piece of shite. I mean, the alien extraction thing was kind of okay, but it was no Call of Duty Zombies. But is that any bad, any worse? No, it's just that, you know, Infinity Ward had to come up with their own sort of game mode, since Treyarch was on the high horse with zombies. And yeah, aliens, sure, why not? I mean, Call of Duty Ghosts, I don't know. And yeah, Modern Warfare 4, I am confused with the story because, like, I have seen the ending and most of the cutscenes from MW3, and so Price is, like, it's only the first trailer, but they're completely just ignoring Makarov, and we're just going after, apparently, the new leader of North Korea. This isn't the first time Call of Duty has ever tried to take battles in Korea. What was it? Advanced Warfare, right? But that was only just the intro. And then it turns out the villain was Kevin Spacey. Say what you will about Kevin Spacey after all the allegations, but I mean, I guess you could say it was quite fitting for him to play as a villain in Call of Duty. But yeah, like, that's the story of Modern Warfare 4. We're just shifting villains now. That's not how that should work. If they were gonna do that, they should have already killed off Makarov. Or worst case scenario, imagine if they said, oh, Makarov was killed off screen, so that's why number 4, we're going for a new antagonist. Because usually the number 4 means we have a new set of trilogy. a new set trilogy and a new villain, but Makarov is still alive, and suddenly at the end of the trailer we see that Price and Ghost are gonna go kill each other now, because apparently Price went over the line, which, yeah, just like in the original Modern Warfare, Price was, you know, what's the word? The Task Force 141 was disavowed, and Price and Soap were considered like worldwide terrorists, war criminals. But they had an excuse because, you know, in the original, Price and Soap, they knew the truth. Sure, they killed General Shepard. That was the price they were willing to pay, literally. But they knew the truth. The world doesn't understand. Here, now in this reboot, Price is suddenly the villain or something, and what? Like, what reason does he have to do that? Why does he decide to go AWOL? Sure, you could say we'll just play Modern Warfare 4, but newsflash, guys! Imagine the amount of gigabytes you're gonna need to install that one game. Oh, and of course, if you're a Switch 2 owner, oh yeah, get ready to buy not one, but maybe two. Or, okay, not two. It's not possible to fit two micro SD cards, but you know what I mean, like, as a joke. But yeah. I mean, it's coming to Switch 2, so I guess they found a way to compress it. But just don't be surprised if the graphics look like a little downgraded. I mean, didn't they do that with RE9? I mean, it's playable. Switch 2, RE9 on Switch 2 is playable. But I've seen like people compare the graphics. A little downgraded, but anything to make the game run smoothly, right? Well, anything better than a DLSS5 for sure. But anyways, yeah, it happened. Two things happened finally. Nintendo players are finally getting a Call of Duty game after 14 plus years, and a Modern Warfare 4 is a thing. Yeah. And yep, of course, just like any other Call of Duty game, like every year, yeah, it's coming out this year. And chances are, it's not going to be a record hit at all. Because the last Call of Duty game, Black Ops 7, was it? That didn't do well. What makes people convinced that Modern Warfare 4 is going to be any different? Or any better? It's still the same fast-paced, first-person shooter, sliding, dolphin diving, kill streaks, score streaks, whatever you now call them, attachments. And then as for the campaign, well, I do recall what Modern Warfare 3 did to the campaign. It's basically Warzone, open world, and you have to go here and there, instead of how, you know, back then it used to be a linear pathway. And apparently people are not a fan of the Warzone style that the story campaign did. Yeah, if I gave Call of Duty a chance, like if I ever went back to playing it, yeah, if I saw that, and yeah, I'd just give up. I'll just say, nope, this is not how a campaign should ever be laid out. It should just be linear. Go for point A, checkpoint here, checkpoint that, all the way to the end. I mean, and Halo, at least Halo Infinite, had like a mix of both. You had the open world, and then the main story, it just became linear, with some boss fights in between or at the end. And it worked. Although it could have been more. I don't know, I would say something like Far Cry. Yeah. Anyways, today I finally got rid of my amiibos. They're finally off of my shelf, out of my life. off of my back, out of my hands, dust free. Sort of. It was fun while it lasted, but now I'm on to a new sort of thing to collect. Hoyoverse acrylic standees. and HoloLive anime figurines. They were good. Amiibos were fun back then, fun to collect. Tap on your Wii U's, your 3DS's, and Switch 1s and 2s. But it was at the Switch 1's lifespan where I was like, yeah, now it seems like Nintendo, they're still releasing new Amiibos, but if you notice that lately, some games no longer are having any function with them. Not even the Star Fox 64 remake. Or I guess they're gonna save that for the next time they talk about it. Speaking of which, next week, right? I think. But yeah, next week we have the State of Play, which is June what, 2nd? And that's, what is that? That's a Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, Tuesday. 1 hour length. What could Sony possibly show aside of what they already said, Wolverine and upcoming PS5 games? Excuse me. Which in this case, obviously, like Marvel Tokon. When was Summer Game Fest? It's the same week, isn't it? June 5th, yeah. So yeah, next week is gonna be a busy week. Christmas for gamers. For better and for worse. But I'm gonna be watching that both with an open mind, have little to no expectations, and you know, whatever rumors or leaks that you may hear beforehand, never take them like, you know, like your life depends on it. Absolutely not. You don't want to end up like those Smash players. Right. And how many more Virtual Fighter characters do I have to end up? Wait, that's not a virtual. That's Jan Li. I don't remember that outfit. Thought that was Akira for a second. Was that not a high punch? Oh, come on. course you were gonna do that. It's always the legs. What? I did a throw. I did a throw. Like that. Should have done a low kick, I mean. Oh shit! Ah, I saw that coming. Ah shit, that was the wrong input. That was down. I didn't mention the place that I went to sell all my amiibos. Yeah, it was one of those retro game stores. So while they were counting and marking down my amiibos, I took a browse, and yeah, holy shit. So many classic games for a high price. I saw some that were used and some that are freshly new. And holy shit, man. I don't know which game it was, which Silent Hill it was. I think it was Silent Hill 4, 3, Fatal Frame. They were going for like $800, man. That's more. It's like, would you want to buy a new PS5? Or one game that Konami has yet to re-release? At least not all old games, you know, were that high price. I've seen like, hell, I've seen like Killzone 3 for only like 23 bucks, and it was still mint new. And yet, there's no other physical way to getting Killzone 3, like, you know, on PS4 or PS5, other than you have to play it through cloud, which is like, what is it, PlayStation Plus Essentials? No, Premium. Where you have to use the stupid PlayStation Now service just to play PS3 cloud games. Really bad choice, if you ask me. But yeah. I mean, you know, on one hand, that's reasonable. I was kind of eager to get Transformers War for Cybertron, but two problems. One, it was used. 3, it was $100. I mean, if it's 100, then surely it should be in good condition, yeah. But I was hoping that they would have the sequel, War for Cybertron. Unfortunately, they didn't have it. But then, yeah, I didn't want to get the War for Cybertron because I was reminding myself, oh yeah, well, Summer Game Fest is happening next week, and State of Play, and then Dead or Alive 6 is in June, so, you know, save the money for now. There's no way you could have predicted that low kick. Not even that one. Oh no, I had to charge it for even longer. Ooh, yeah.
ごめん遊ばせ
Oh, apparently I was told that apparently this is a rumor from Software may be making a pirate theme Souls game. Alright, I guess pirates are a thing, a trend. First we have Ubisoft trying to redeem themselves by 1% with Black Flag resynced. And then there's apparently some interesting early access pirate game, I forgot what it was called. And now, I mean, again, it's just a rumor. Seems to be, like, yeah, From Software seems to be making a pirate game. Sure, why not? Everybody loves pirates. Oh, and suddenly I'm reminded of that one game Ubisoft tried to, you know, succeed in. What was it? The Skulls and Bones or something like that. Oh, come on, as if you saw that coming. It's not just her legs, it's even her arms that has like such long hitboxes. Damn. Oh, how I hate you so much, Kokoro. You and your mix-ups and
ごめん遊ばせ
I don't know, one of those 1 second frame stalls or whatever. No matter what game, 4, 5, or even 6. Ooh, I raise my fist against you. I need a moment. Can you believe that it's already gonna be month number 6? We're already in June. Oh yeah, I saw a couple of streamers play 007 First Light, and it's exactly what I've expected. And yes, it is even better. Or not better, I'd say, I guess, an improvement. And the fact that you know, it was like a long time in development. Like, remember when IO Interactive suddenly announced that they were working on Project 007, and then they completely went radio silent on that game, and all they've been doing out loud was they just kept pumping out tons of content for Hitman, which I don't mind, because among them was Freelancer, which was free, and then they collaborated with a bunch of celebrities for the Hitman Illusion targets. Again, I didn't mind. I thought they were some pretty funny ones. I mean, hey, the one with Mila Jovovich was just straight up Resident Evil, and the name had the word Requiem in it, and it came out on the same day as RE9 Requiem. Coincidence? No. It was just IO Interactive celebrating Capcom's release. But all in all, it was like, you know, yeah, for that time between all those stuff, it was like, when is this 007 ever gonna, you know, be revealed? Where's the info? And then finally one day it just showed up, and it was like, oh, okay, so it's like an origin story of James Bond in his young youth days. All right, okay, sure. I mean, if I recall, we didn't really get much. We didn't get a 007 game, not even a movie, right? Of James Bond, younger James Bond, right? And yep, as soon as when I released, once I started seeing all the streamers play the game, I was like, okay, yeah, all the years of IO Interactive developing Hitman back then when they used to be under Square Enix, and then making the game episodic, releasing one campaign bit by bit, and then basically all that stuff they'd learned from Hitman all put into First Light, but now made even better. Like the melee combat is actually fun. It looks fun. I want to get it, but it's pretty darn expensive. So I'll wait until maybe it'll be like 10 or even 20% discount. But it just, the more I see it, the more I want to play it. Like, I mean, not play it. I want to get it. So I mean, yeah. For one, there's a parry. Two, the melee combat looks very addicting. Stealth is there. No disguise, of course, but pretty much anything you know about the Hitman controls, it's just made more fluid, more fast-paced, because it's 007. In fact, like the gunplay, the cover shooter is more, I'd say, an improvement for sure. And I haven't seen much of the story. I've only seen just the beginning. As far as like 5-6 hours, based on what streamers have played so far. And yeah, it's pretty interesting story so far. And I also do like how they kept James Bond's that little smirk smile that he does. Somehow, even though it's the young James Bond, somehow it just looks like him. That smirky smile that he does, and it's like, it's a younger version, but it's still him. I don't know how they did it, how IO Interactive done it. But they captured his character pretty well. But I do also like how, since this is the younger age James Bond, he has like so much to learn. He's too reckless. But then again, isn't that also what he in character, James Bond being reckless? But yeah. Once again, pretty rare for the gaming industry to pump out something that's good, like really good. But yeah, I gotta give them credit, really. IO Interactive, Hitman was their foundation, their asset, the bridge that helped them develop what First Light is now. And wouldn't you believe it? It's also an Amazon game. Like, I'm sure Amazon Games has barely much anything to do with it. If anything, though, really, I'll still give them a little credit, but most of the credit I'll give to IO Interactive. I imagine, though, in the future, there's going to be, like, expansions for sure. And I don't know, who knows? If some way, somehow, they add in, like, a freelancer similar to what they did with Hitman, with improvements, I'll be all for it. And I guess, I imagine it could work. Since, James Bond works under a secret service. Travel around the world and hunt down targets. But as far as I know, the difference is that in terms of the story, like how First Light is structured, it's not in the same vein as Hitman, where, I mean, there are some areas where you kind of like explore, search around, because that's Hitman's level structure. It's a sandbox game, whereas 007, outside of the intro, which is always like straight up linear, there are moments where it does have that sandbox open world exploration, but then there's scripted moments where there is like areas you can't get in. It's like a one-time visit and then that's it. You can't go back. But yeah, unless expansions adds more sandbox worlds, then yeah, maybe a freelancer could happen. But until then, so far so good, and I'm glad that IO Interactive, they pulled out a good one. Excuse me. I did hear, however, there are performance issues. Specifically, yes, of course, from PC users, you'll have like different reactions based on one PC gamer's specs versus the other. But in terms of consoles, I heard that there is like a 30 FPS thing for those who only have like the regular PS5, but then Pro apparently doesn't make it any better, or didn't really improve. But let me see. Hang on. That's actually now that I'm thinking about it. Let me see. No, I should say console performance. Oh, well, Steam Deck has two settings. You can play the game at 60 or 30 frames, but at the cost of a bunch of settings you have to go through. Of course. Oh, speaking of Steam Deck, yes, I heard, unfortunately, Steam Deck, the price on the Steam Deck has increased. And yeah, you know, it's the usual excuses, like RAM, low shortages of RAM, other parts are also short on stock, so yeah. So it's a good thing you got a Steam Deck at least, Ratchet. Well, good. Yeah, more and more people are surprised that, yeah, 007 First Light is a good game? Well, yeah, especially in this day and age. Oh no, there's a performance mode on the regular PS5. So yeah, so in terms of consoles, yes, you can choose between performance mode and quality mode. As long as that's an option, I'll pick performance over quality. Oh yeah, and then of course, if I ever said that to any graphics lovers, oh yeah, you know, they'll just try to shut me up, and then find a million ways to prove me wrong. Hey, just know this: if game developers throw in that option, it's an option. It's like the best of both worlds. Okay, you'll have quality lovers, and then you have performance lovers. Which one would you be? Even if you had, now of course, unless you're a PC user, that's a different story. I know. But you know, PC users, they have their own issues as well. And you know, they go onto the settings, and then you see all this long list of things: HDR, VSync, filter this, filter that, AMR or something like that, resolution, whole and lighting, DLSSR, or just DLSS and lighting. Like, okay, yeah, okay. We back then, PC gaming had it simpler. Like, just look at Left 4 Dead and you'll see how simple the settings are compared to modern PC games, where we went from having like 10 settings to adjust to now, I imagine 20 to go through. And if something breaks or something's not working, you have to like go through the list and find out what is going on. How do you make the performance stable? Do you have to reduce the shadowing, reduce the lighting, turn off VSync. Which one of those PC settings is causing the game to, you know, drop the quality or making the frame rates tank? And sometimes it's not just the PC. Sometimes it's even the game itself. As a matter of fact, I heard from the grapevine that Valve will never approve a game publisher's game, their product, until it is optimized. Which is good, which is basically Valve saying, hey, your game can't be sold on Steam unless you've actually, you know, fix the quality. You can't fix your quality, then you're not qualified to have your game released here. But sure, go to Epic Games, the second worst platform to be on, the platform that failed to beat us. But yeah, go ahead, release it on there and see how your low quality game sells. Okay, that last bit obviously was just me exaggerating. But yeah, it'd be funny though if it were true that Valve, you know, they do review games before they allow the publishers to release it. And the fact that they're telling, or not fact, well, how do I say it? If they're really demanding publishers to make sure that their game is well optimized, it should be a lesson to be learned, really. Because, you know, especially today, like most game publishers and developers just want to push out a game and be like, just give us the money. Oh, don't worry, we'll patch the game a week later. That is not how businesses work. Oh, shit. Did I turn on the danger zone? Or maybe it doesn't apply in tag. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's not a high? That looks like a mid, that looks like a high.
また夢中になっちゃって難しい
I just remember something, another yap. Oh yeah, oh wait, no. Thing, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I've officially given up on Arc Knights. Yeah. I mean, part of me feels bad, and the other, I feel relieved. At least that's yet another gacha game, one less gacha game to worry about. And you know, I was expecting Arc Knights Enfield to at least be better than the first game that was on mobile. So yes, I don't mind tower defense. I actually did enjoy Arc Knights. But at some point when they were like, you know, releasing new updates, events, the game ended up becoming very pay to win. Like, if you were not going to commit to a banner, then you'll just end up with grinding your characters one after, and because it's a tower defense, right, that there's a shit ton of characters, which means that's way more to grind. And if you thought Genshin's grind is worse, nah, Arc Knights was 10 times worse. So yeah, at the end of the day, it was just pay to win. So I eventually just gave up. And then Enfield, clearly you can tell Enfield was chasing the trend in the Chinese market after Genshin and then Wuthering Waves and such, you know. I guess Punishing Gray as well. I don't know if Punishing Gray is open world, but yeah. The Arc Knights Enfield chase that dream. It works, I'll say that much. Like, the positive thing I can say is that the combat feels really good, very fluid, challenging. In fact, it's pretty much online with Final Fantasy VII Remake. If you tried FF7 Remake and then Arc Knights, you kind of like get that sense of familiarity between the two games. But obviously FF7's more advanced and such. You know, there's like a lot of things you can do in that one. Whereas Enfield, you have to remember, it's still a game that is played on mobile, so you know, they don't go a little too crazy. But you know, it's not a mobile game where you play with one hand. Sorry guys. But yeah, the combat is fun. Can't say much about the story, but it does have its moments. It's Arc Knights. If you've seen the story of Arc Knights, yes, it's just that Enfield barely does have its light moments, but a lot of dark themes, dark tones, of course. But yeah, I can't have an opinion on the story. Eventually, I just gave up on it. Just so much dialogue, but the voice acting is good. But I'm only saying that on behalf of the, not behalf, I'm just saying that in terms of the Korean dub, because obviously I prefer that. And then the factory, which is what 90% of the gameplay you're going to be doing next to grinding. Now the factory thing, I will give it this. Unlike Genshin in this case, Genshin, you know how you're getting materials from the open world, or you're grinding for like artifacts to get the best stats. Enfield, in a way, does fix those problems. So, on one hand, yes, you're still out in the open field grinding for stuff. in Enfield. But on the other hand, you have the factory that, well, manufactures the material, not materials, the products you need. And instead of going to domains and whatever Enfield is to grind for a gear, you actually make the gear, and the gears, they're fixed stats. So if you want to look for an armor piece that has crit rate, there is an armor piece. You just make it, done. And yeah, it's not, the numbers are not randomized. It's fixed. It's just set. And yes, just like Genshin, there is if you complete a 3-piece set, then you get the bonuses. However, it will cost you a lot of stuff. First and foremost, the product you need to make the gear, which does take a while. That's another thing. You may be grinding in Genshin on a daily basis, but Arknight's Enfield says you have to wait until you have enough products. But if you want to double that effort, you're going to need to produce multiple factories, facilities, production lines of that product you need to make the gear. And then you need the second currency, which I'll just dub them as regional bills. And that's another thing to grind for on the side. The factory, depending on how you set it up, that is automatic. However, you still have to maintain it, because eventually, if you run out of the raw materials, then you either have to do two things. One, cut off a production line. Two, for new players at least, you have to go find more mining areas, and you have to produce the facilities to dig those ores. And you know what? I'm just going to cut it short. That was the problem I have with Enfield. It's the factory. I wish the factory wasn't the thing that you would be doing 90% of the time, because I'm going back and forth, I'm in one region, I'm running low on production, raw materials. And see, that's another thing. Both regions, they do in a way share some productions that you can carry in between regions. But when it comes to factory stuff, unfortunately, the raw materials are separate. So in region A, it has its own supply line of raw materials. But then when you go to region B, the stuff that happens in A does not affect B, which means once you enter region B, you have to it's like starting from scratch, a whole new facility, which means you got to find some new mining spots. And then even worse, in region B, in Enfield, your new production line is water, and then later acid. So they give you a tutorial hey, here's this new facility you can now work with. You have to work with to make this region specific production line. Water, acid, and then sewage, water treatment. And it's I understand it's an Arknight thing. Arknights, if you played it, it's a lot of it has that same vein with the factory stuff. Production line. Ugh. But at least the first game was doable on that. Here, it's micromanaging everything. And no, every update, whenever they throw in a new facility, and yes, again, tutorials are there. They show you the ropes, how it works. They even give you a free blueprint to work with. But no. I don't want to use a pre-used set because I don't know how the developers, how did they build it in their intentional way. Because you can do that, or you could build the production line yourself, or you can go on YouTube and see some professional guys layout, and you'll see, wow, he made an actual factory, and he's sharing the ID so that you don't have to do the work. That guy is gonna give you the blueprints to do it, to automatically do that. Now, yes, on one hand, I should do that if I'm complaining about the factory thing, because it's a feature. You share the blueprints online, and hey, you pretty much saved a headache for somebody who doesn't like the factory thing. But I feel like I'm cheating. It's not really cheating. Again, it's part of the feature, but I don't know. It's a me problem, but it's also the problem with the game, because guess what? Imagine what the long-term lifespan of the game will be like when you enter one new region after another. It'll be one factories after another you have to maintain. Maybe you have to go back to the previous one, and I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with that. And I don't think the devs, Hypergriff, is going to ever fix that. I feel like they're going to continuously make the factory feature more complex. They're never going to water it down for new players. Now, maybe you're a computer engineer expert. Maybe you do like the factory. Then that's fine. That's your opinion. My opinion is just garbage. But it's my opinion, and I'll say it's not my game. There's too much to micromanage, and I'm already bouncing between too many free-to-play games. So, if Enfield ever comes to Xbox, just know what to expect, or what I just told you. A lot of factory, some combat, but a lot of factory stuff. If you actually do enjoy it at the end of the day, good for you. But then there's another complaint, which is the currency, the gacha currency. I feel like Arc Knights does not give you that much, not even through events, because holy smokes, if you want to pull 10, you need 5,000 of those currency things. But somehow getting up to 5,000 is a longer chore. Now sure, the same could be said about any other gacha game, especially Genshin. But I feel like Genshin just hands you plentiful of Primo Gems. Not just from events or doing quests, but when you're exploring the open world, when you're doing side quests. I mean, yeah, Arc Knights does that too. Side quests, you get the gacha currency, but it feels like it's just not enough. In fact, I even one time tried doing Arc Knights devs handed out that 30-day login reward thing for free, and even with that, I still didn't get enough for 10 pulls, or just reaching for that 10 pull takes like weeks, 2 weeks to even reach. But my experience with Genshin, maybe it would just take me a week and a half, but maybe less. And especially other Hoyoverse games like Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ, where in those games, getting a 10 pull from doing events, stories, side quests, whatever, is easy to earn, especially the post-game stuff. So, yeah, no. That was also the problem with the first Arc Knights. It felt like an eternity to even get the 10 pull. And I'm like, is this how gacha games work nowadays? Getting the currency for 10 pulls this long? I mean, back then, it was a gacha game at the end of the day. The devs were more leaning towards getting people to do microtransactions. But at least nowadays, it feels like, at least from my experience with Hoyoverse, it feels kind of split. Like, yes, you still have to. It does take a while to get enough Primogems for 10 pulls. But on the other hand, maybe not. Like, it only takes like less than a week and then suddenly you have enough Primogems to pull 10 or something. Especially if you were a new player, because there's a lot to explore, lots of things to do, and like lots of things to do, and before you know it, when you solve the puzzle, when you do those like challenges, like, you know, shoot the barrel, combat, do them side quest, main quest, character quest, new players would have it good. Just think about that. There's a lot of chests to be found, lots of Primogems to be earned. I pulled over 110 times. I didn't get Promia. Oh yeah, that's what happened to me too. I lost my 50-50 to Grace. And then, on the last day, I barely just had enough. And then I finally got her. Literally on the last 2 hours. Is she as good as they say? Well, as far as I can tell you, you know, in fact, I could switch to ZZZ. In a nutshell, think of her as like Miyabi 2.0, since she's anomaly ice anomaly character. But she's not the. No. She's definitely the anomaly type. This gacha system sucks. I know. I hate it too. It's like it's like the norm for most gacha games. You always have a 50-50 loss. Or not, sorry, I can't say always. There's or I should say, rephrase that. Every gacha game, or sorry, almost every gacha game has a 50-50 gacha pull. And then there's the pity afterwards. Well, pity only comes if you lose your 50-50. And yeah, you know, and there's obviously a good reason why a lot of game devs do that. Because of money, obviously. Ugh. Reminds me of, actually, there was one time I purposely did skip a character in ZZZ because I thought she was not worth it. And that character was Jane Doe. And then, after her banner expired, suddenly I felt regret. But then at the same time, I was like, okay, well, just wait for a rerun. And it somehow it didn't take long, but then, she was just there for on the rerun, and I managed to get her. I think it was through a pity, though, because I think the banner before that, I lost my 50-50. I was like, oh, okay, well, Jane Doe it is. But yeah, it sucks. I hate it. Everybody hates it. But just know this. If you ever do lose your 50-50 and the banner expires, just know this. Your pity will carry onwards. As far as I know. Or at least I'm pretty sure. Well, you can quote me on that or don't because it's a gacha. But I'm pretty sure it should. Like, yeah, if you lose your 50-50 and the banner expires, your pity does get carried forward. You won't lose another 50-50. At least I think that's how it goes. Oh, and speaking of which, holy shit. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this. when I was when I was pulling for Nicole, yes, I did get her, but then I was trying to get the 4-star character. I tried to get as many constellations, and then I got another 5-star, and I was like, oh shit, it better be a 50-50. But then nope, it was Nicole C1, and I'm like, oh fuck. Which means whoever, oh right, that means in the next gacha, next update for Genshin, it's still 50-50, but I think I'm going to lose it. Because the fact that I pulled Nicole, again, I only meant to pull Nicole once, but because of the new 4-star character, I kept pulling, I spent 20k on all of my Primo Gems, and I ended up getting Nicole twice. Except that second time I got her, that was not through a guaranteed. That was before the guaranteed. And I'm like, again, I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, and guess who's the new character in the next update? Well, actually, you don't need to guess. The Hoyoverse already revealed her. Sandrone! Yes. Our best friend, our frenemy is back from the grave. I mean, it was kind of predictable. She's like, you know, animate, what do you call them? Autotama, right? So of course she's gonna be rebuilt. She's fine. The doctor didn't only incapacitated her. But just like with every machine, when she wakes up, will she still be the Sandrone we know? Yeah, probably. I mean, remember Scaramouche? How he tried to forget his memories, but then memories came back, but he still became our friend. So I'm like, okay, I think Sandrone's gonna have that same treatment. Maybe she'll come back. Maybe she'll have some memories, but she might try to live a new life by hanging out with Columbino even more. And gameplay wise, she'll then join you in your journey, should you be able to get her. But not me though. I spent all of my Primo Gems. Alright. Oh, woe is me. I'll start with Genshin first. Well, I guess if I had to look at it on the bright side, since after I was done all those polls in Genshin, now at this point it's just Primo Gem grind. But I am still looking forward to my 50-50 loss. Again, I never intended to get Nicole twice. The gacha just be like, oh yeah, here's a second Nicole. Enjoy your life. Now you're gonna get a 50-50 loss in your next poll. But hey, I mean, if it's any character that's already at full constellation, like I don't know who is it? Mona, I guess. No, if it's Jean, then she gets to be at level 95. Yeah, don't forget about the Stella Fortuna. If any 5-star character has a full constellation, and if you get their dupe, you get their Stella Fortuna, so you can increase their level cap from 90 to 95. I've already done that with Traveler and Raiden Shogun. I think Jean is at C6. And then, who is it? Mona? Where is Mona at? Oh, okay. So, hey, I'm just saying, if I lose my 50-50 and I get Mona, hey, good news. At least then she will then go up to 95. So I'll take that as a win. Kaching is not at. Yeah. No, not yet. You'd think after 5 years I should have gotten Kaching up to C6. Who was it? There was like another. Oh yeah, excuse me. Same thing with Chi Chi, considering how many times I got her through my 50-50 losses. I remember the time when I was desperate. What was it? I hope I get S-Ring Billy at the end of season 3. Well, considering that you didn't get Promia, then I'm guessing, like I said, assuming that the 50-50 loss carries forward to the next banner, then your next S rank pull will be could be a pity. Actually, come to think of it, does let me see. Actually, you know what? I need to look it up. Does ZZZ pity carry over? I'm not gonna listen to you, AI.
탐험과 도전이라. 모험가의 삶은
No,
정말 내
wait.
취향이야.
Okay, well, according to some folks on the internet, that isn't AI overview. It says that, yeah, if you lose your 50-50 in the previous banner, then the pity carries forward to the next one. And then if you once you get the character, in this case S rank Billy, once you get the character, that pity resets. It goes back to 50-50. So which means, should you get S rank Billy, then season 3 banner for you and me as well will be 50-50. You're loaded with Primo Gems. Not anymore. Not anymore. I had 20k. It's all gone. Because yeah, again, I intentionally tried to get Prune to try to get as much constellation out of her. But through my gotcha pulls, I got Nicole twice. One, for getting the character, and then 2, C1. And I'm like, no, why did it have to be like that? I mean, I'm grateful, but at the same time, it's a facepalm moment because then that means, like I said, that means possibly my next banner pull, my next 5-star is definitely not going to be a Sandrone. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance, but I'm pretty sure my luck has run dry with Genshin. So by the time the next update goes live, Sandrone comes out, I try to pull her, but I'm gonna end up getting, let's see, my guess is I'm gonna lose my 50-50 to Chi Chi. But you know what? That's fine, because then she at least gets her C4, which is what? Have their attacks decreased by 20%. Okay, that's fine. But if it's Mona, then she becomes level 95. If it's Kaching, that's fine too, C5. If it's Jean, she becomes level 95. If it's frickin' Diluc, well, I'm not using him. Not yet, at least. I mean, hey, come on. I did give Zhongli a chance, didn't I? Look, my man's now at 90. Except why is it? Oh, no, right. His shield is based on HP. I thought it was defense for a second. So, hey, who knows? Maybe I'll go to the boys eventually. But yeah, my Primogem count went down the drain. You know who I kept getting duplicates of? Fischl. Over and over. But at least that wasn't a huge loss, because remember, if any 4-star character that you have through dupes, you know, if their constellation is full, then, you know, you get that thing, the master star glitter. What do you call those things again? Yeah, masterless star glitter. You get those. And how much? I think it's like 5, which is enough to get 1 poll refund. Yeah, 5. So. Oh yeah, that's what I also did. So whenever I ran out of Intertwined Fates, but I have like a shit ton of star glitters, thanks to Fischl and Razor, I guess. I was like, okay, yeah, why not? I can do that. And most likely you would be spending your star glitter on these instead of anything else. Unless you have, I don't know, 500, you could try these weapons if you're running out. Or if you still have other characters that that aren't full constellation, then yeah, you can just get the characters there. And thing is, you have to remember, 3 characters in this shop is technically rare to get because they are not available on the banner. And those characters are Amber, Kea, and Lisa. Those characters are, you cannot obtain them from the banner. You have to come here and have enough star glitters to even get them. Obtain the maximum possible amount of... Huh? Oh, right, no, 4-star characters cannot. 4-star characters cannot level up to Stellar Fortuna, as far as we know. Or no, they can. You just need to get one. I had to go start looking all the treasure chests in the new area. No, you can do that now. Plus, it's like 9:32, so probably not going to stream that long. It's already getting late. So, is getting the new characters in Genshin worth it? Well, this is 2 out of 3. The third one is a new Mondstadt 5-star character, but I'm not gonna pull for him. At least there's a trial that you could do to test him out. I don't remember his name, but yeah, he's quite the character. He loves to murder, but don't worry, at least he's your friend. Hold on, let me switch. Look away, Honkai Star Rail fans. There's a new 4-star character in Honkai. In Genshin. So let's start off with Prune, or is it Prune? I'm pretty sure. I'll just call her Prune. So Prune is actually a catalyst user. So despite what you see, yeah, a hammer. No, she's catalyst. Proof. Her recommended artifacts. At first it was this piece, but it looks like people around the world are going for this one. Do I even have that set? I do. But in terms of stats, they want you to go for attack percentage. Not not anomaly. What was the name? Elemental mastery. Yeah, not that. Which is funny because considering that she's an Anemo user. As far as I can understand how Prune works, so obviously since she's an Anemo, you have to make sure you have another elemental character that is not Geo, Dendro, or another Anemo. Having two Anemos has its benefits though. Stamina costs. Wait, what was the bonus for having two Anemos? Decreases stamina consumption by 15%, and movement speed increases by 10%. Shortens skills cooldown by 5%. Okay, so basically fly like the wind. But yeah, I mean, choice is yours. Two Anemos, why not? Oh, and as you already know, there's like a new feature for Mondstadt characters. They're hex characters. Like if I'm sure most people have kind of forgotten about this, the Little Witch's homework, where any Mondstadt character you have, you do their quest, you unlock their hex passive talent. But I'm not gonna get into that because there's a lot to read about it. But I will say this, even though it is a passive ability, in order to make the hex work, you have to, dang it, you have to make sure you have two characters who are also two characters in the party who are also hex. I don't think I can reach that, can I? No. Okay, no. Those guys, yeah. So anyways, yeah, you need two hex characters in order for their passive talents to enhance further. If it's just one, then the passive talent will just work normally. So what's interesting is that, as you know, Catalyst users, most of them, they don't break ores that easily. But Prune, despite being a Catalyst user, no, she can break ores because she got a hammer. Just like Ningguang. Ningguang's a Catalyst, but she's a Geo, so she can also break ores pretty easily. Somebody needs help. Ah, so that's okay. That's what Prune does. Every now and then, like a magical hammer drops down. I'm assuming that's part of her skill. Let's read it. Actually, unleashes the wind's might to defeat the evil witch. Right, forgot. Prune is after Klee's mother. Yeah, dealing animal damage. If Prune triggers a swirl on an opponent using this attack, ring a ding ding. Hex Hunter chime will change to clang clang for the next 6 seconds. Ring a ding ding. Is she a fan of Benny from Fallout New Vegas? Once clang clang comes, Prune's hammer is now enshrouded by the element involved in the previous swirl reaction, causing Bane Hunter Oath Hammer to undergo elemental conversion. When activated with a press, Prune will leap up and kick the Bane Hunter Oath Hammer forward, dealing elemental damage of the corresponding type to the opponent in front of her. I'm guessing the clang clang must be that giant hammer that dives down. And then her burst. Gently swings the Witch Lure Bell, dealing animal damage to nearby opponents. After this, the bell will enter a Hunter-Seeker mode. In this mode, the Witch Lure Bell will follow the current active character, attacking surrounding opponents at intervals and dealing AoE animal damage. This damage is considered elemental burst damage. What's her passive? Ah, that's why. If this damage is triggered by Swirl on an opponent, it will summon a Bane Hunter Oathhammer that will deal 105% of Prune's attack. Right, that's why. That is why they recommend you to build attack. Attack stats. No crits, just all attack. But I guess that might be the reason why they went with this. I mean, this kind of works too, but it's not too late for me to switch, right? No, I can't switch. I don't even have the right main stats. I wish they would at least give Prune a different running animation. The only shorty character with a unique running animation is Aya-san, which makes sense. She is a physical training coach. Hell, they didn't just give her a unique running animation. They gave her a unique sprint. So you have the little bell that comes. AoE damage. Wonder why it's not elemental history. So I guess in a way, think of her as like a support character then. Couldn't tackle level 80 characters for gold artifacts. Not yet, at least. You just need to level up characters, make sure you also level up weapons. And yeah, don't forget this, level up your character's talents. And give them the right artifact build. Even if you're temporarily using the 4-star artifacts, you're still benefiting using the 4-piece set. Because apparently that's just how it works with most gacha games. You always start with 4 stars, work your way to get 5-star artifacts. Believe me, that one time I made a grand mistake by leveling up my world, doing that adventure rank ascension thing. And yeah, I told you this story before. My characters were underleveled. They were all shit. And same deal with me. I couldn't even get the 5-star gold artifacts. And mind you, I was using the basic artifacts back then. The common one that gets dropped, the gladiator set thing, right? And I equipped that to everybody. And despite my struggles, I grinded. I had to understand what team was best. And yeah, eventually I got there. I finally managed to plow it through. All right, she has like a second tap. Excuse me. So yeah, that's Prune. She's pretty much straightforward, basic support character. But if you ever are teamed up with, any, set up a team where they can consistently drop elemental damages, then get ready for a swirl reaction over and over. Now, Nicole. What's her deal? She's actually a support character as well. As far as I can tell, right? Yeah, because some of her stuff, similar to Prune, you have to work your way to build a attack only main stats. So don't take her out in the field and assume that, you know, she's a fighter. No, she's not. She provides a shield for the team. And her burst allows her to coordinate an attack with the active character. Let's find another Ruin Guard. She only does like 3-hit combos. Oh, okay, so every now and then, as long as her shield is active, at some point another coordinated attack drops in. All right, and her shield, the durability on her shield, I believe, let's see, it should be scaled on. Yep, it's scaled on her attack percent. So which means, yes, if you want a stronger shield with Nicole, then build attack stats with her. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the coordinated attack. A pyro ghostly figure of Nicole comes in to assist you. But then as soon as the Seelie disappears, that's the end of the burst. So yeah, that's it. That's all Nicole does. She protects you. She coordinates an attack. And then her burst doubles that. So if you're familiar with characters with shields, like Noelle, yeah, just focus on building getting artifacts with the main stats, which being is attack. Some people actually say, oh, in terms of animation, presentation, yeah, no, Nicole was done lazily. She only has 3 attack animations. A funny charge attack, and a shield, and a burst where you don't even need her on the field, like actively. Oh right, I forgot one thing she can do passively. Thank you for interrupting me. Also that pyro. Oh, that pyro thingy interval attack only happens when she does it. But when she's in burst mode, then she helps coordinates attack with whoever character you switch to. Alright, so as I was saying, her charge attack outside of combat allows you to find any nearby treasures. But supposedly you still need the compass with you, at least. So, yeah. Or I think you don't. Actually, hang on. Let's change this to something else. Camera. Oh, okay, so if you don't have the compass, even if you don't have the compass in your gadget, yeah, she can actually, her passive ability can let you detect any nearby treasures. Similar function to the compasses.
난 언제나 그 안에 있어.
And yeah, that's what she does. That's what they do. That's what Nicole does. It's what Prune does. Prune is an adorable little what would be best described? Tsundere, because that's what she is actually. Oh, what's funny is that actually now that I think about it, let's see. Hang on, I want to see for myself.
널 한참 기다렸어.
Hang on, my controller is having it's old. Yeah, it's really old. The length of the dress is almost similar. Yeah, that's what people were dubbing Prune as. They were calling her Gothic Nahida. Or Nahida going through a phase. I mean, typically Genshin uses, the same character model assets. Although, if you look at their eye level, even the tall characters aren't eye to eye. Actually, wait, hang on a second. Oh no, Prune is actually a bit tall. Actually, is taller than Nahida. And I'm not just judging it by the eye level, but I think even the head. But don't be fooled. Nahida may be small, she may look like a child, but nah, she's big brain child. Or she's the miniature miniature version of the Dendro Archon before her.
지각한 거 아니거든.
So yeah, if you ever want to try out the characters, yes, the trial is there for you. But after displaying what they can do, their pros, their cons, then yeah, it's up to you. That, or you can wait for Phase 2 banner, because if I'm not mistaken, Prune is supposed to be available for both Phase 1 and 2 banners, so at least she gets a lengthy time to make a choice. Yeah, some people were already saying before release, they were like saying, nah, I'm skipping Nicole. She's not worth the support. My reason? Do I need to say it? As a matter of fact, people are saying like, nah, skip Nicole, get Alice. But now that Sandrone was revealed to be the next character in line, now it went from goodbye Alice for now and hello Sandrone. That's the best thing. And at the same time, it could also be the worst thing because here's something that I guess I learned after that. I should have stopped. I should have stopped when I got Prune at C2. But I was desperate for C6. So the lesson that I learned is that don't pull, no matter how desperate I feel, like don't pull the banner. Give it wait 1 week after the update releases because Hoyoverse always, not just in Genshin, but even in ZZZ, they drip reveal the next characters. So basically, had I known Sandrone was next in line, because honestly I didn't know when she was going to be available, but now that we know, yeah, again, regret. So yeah, lesson is, don't pull for the character yet. Wait for Hoyoverse to do a drip reveal marketing, and then you decide how much Primo Gems you're going to spend on the gacha, on the banner. Otherwise, you're gonna end up like me, just desperate to get a 4-star character to be at C6, which really I didn't need to. Dude, I had Shinobu. I struggled to get Shinobu, and she was even fine at C0. Actually, come to think of it, where is she at now? I think she's at C6, right? Yeah, thanks, game. Thanks past me from, I don't know how many years ago it was when I got her. It was a struggle to get her. I spent all my Primo Gems. I never forgot that day. I spent all of my Primo Gems just to get her one time. You want to talk about my bad luck? Well, there's my bad luck there. It was always, it's always the 4-star characters where my luck is so rotten to the core. 5 stars at least, yeah, there's the 50-50 bullshit. But at least there's always a pity and, yeah, and a guarantee, there's a pity at least, which means as long as you have enough Primo Gems, you're still bound to get the new 5-star character. 4 stars, they just come and go. It's like they decide when to join you. The only ones who often join you are the common ones. In this case, like Fischl and Razor. Do I dare? I even spent some of my Primo Gems on the weapon banner. Because I was like, okay, I got Nicole. I want to try getting her weapon. And then I lost my 50-50 on this one. Which is why I have now 1 fate point. Which means, should I reach the next guarantee, the next guaranteed, or before that, then I'm guaranteed to get her weapon. Thing is, I guess I should wait until the last minute, because I only have enough for 1 pull. Or, I mean, I only have enough for 10 pulls with the weapon banner. Actually, you know what? That's actually where my other half of my Primo Gem was mostly spent on. Because the weapon banner, I see Fischl's own weapon, and I didn't know Fischl's personal weapon was on this banner. Or any banner in the past. Whoops. And no, despite being a 4-star, just like what I just said, yeah, my chances, my luck on 4-star characters and now 4-star weapons is shite. I only get the common 4 stars. Oh, woe is me. She can bend that handle, no problem. Oh yeah, there's an event happening, right? Yeah. That's gonna end in 8 days. And I keep forgetting that this is a thing. Alright. Let me just fast travel somewhere safe. One time I fast traveled somewhere, I left my room, and then suddenly my character, one of my party members died, and I was like, why? And oh yeah, because my controller is janky and forced my character to walk backwards and then jump off a cliff. It was not my fault. Actually, no, it is my fault. My controller. Wear and tear. I finished that event last night. Yeah, I'm taking my time. I'm just grinding. And then, you know, I tell myself, oh, you'll come back and do it later today. Only for the day to end, and then next morning, you know, I wake up, do my dailies, grind, spend resins, and then look at the event and be like, okay, I'll get to it eventually. Man, I don't know what happened to me. Back then, I used to like do events day by day as each minigame is unlocked, because usually some minigames are unlocked, you know, on a daily basis or 3 days after. Now I'm slacking. Same thing with the story. I'm slowing down. I'm gonna have to blame the grind, that's for sure. Because I spent more time there, which isn't even long. It's like a few rounds, a few loops, cycles, and yeah, it's like done in like 5 minutes or so. Or in ZZZ case, you do have the option to do auto battle, where you can skip that and just get the rewards. But where's the fun in that? Isn't it better? Well, one, it's better to do the combat. You know, you're actually doing something. And then on the other plus side, you're saving materials. But it's a convenient feature, you know, especially if you're a mobile user, right? Like you just want to just activate auto battle or initiate auto battle and just skip the whole thing and get the stuff you need. Go about your day real quick. It's been quite handy, really. Well, I got Hornet's lost long sister. Hornet from Silksong. But instead of red cloak, it's a dark blue cloak. Very pointy shoulder piece. Honestly, I'm not a fan of what she's done with her hair like that. It looks kind of funny, the way how there's like those straps in between. And then there's, of course, yes, the obvious, the cuffs. Oh, I bet you Twitter freaks would be like, oh my god, she's a slave. And complain on Twitter and say, this is harassment. Yeah, you don't give any attention to those people. No, man. Consider those as restraints, because you've seen what she can do when she breaks those chains. Hell, she's the one who puts the chains back on her arms herself. Oh yeah, and of course, yes, there was like another reason why Twitter freaks were freaking out. As soon as the cuffs were one thing, but then when you see her without the cloak, oh yeah, you know what the Twitter freaks were saying? She's wearing a skimpy swimsuit. Unacceptable. Well, excuse us, Twitter freaks, but why do you think people play ZZZ? No, better question. Why do you think ZZZ is a successful live service game, unlike Concord or even High Guard? The answer is pretty obvious, and it's been said 100 times. Some games are actually successful in sales when you make games for gamers. For the fan, by the fans, for the fans. I mean, just look at all the games back in the 90s and 80s and even the early 2000s. Game developers were so creative on character designs. There were no restraints. Just look at God of War. Nude. You can talk about Conker's Bad Fur Day being highly mature rated, and it should have been an adult game. Nah, man. God of War did one thing that Conker's Bad Fur Day could never do. Exposed boobies. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's Greek mythology. Are we going to see that in a remake? I don't think so, because Sony is they just like to stub their toes over and over. But then at the same time, they'll be like, "Oh, hey, we're commissioning our system work to make Marvel Tokon." Isn't that kind of a nice whiplash? One moment Sony is like the shittiest company, and then suddenly they 180 that and be like, "Hey, we're gonna actually give you something that you want." Anyways, sorry, that's just me yapping. Sorry. Anyways, the VR. Is there a VR option here? Logistics, friend, no. I think it's in the other menu. Oh, by the way, if, at least on PlayStation, if you shake the controller or move it, you also get to move the little charm, stretching it, pulling it. Excuse me. Hell, if you saw earlier in Dead or Alive 5, I was shaking my controller a little bit, and the boobos were jiggling. Yeah, even on the PS5 controller, if you play Dead or Alive 5, the DualShock motion gyro controls allows you to move the lady's booba. That was like one of the joke commercials that Team Ninja did back with Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2. If anybody remembers that trailer, yeah. That was released publicly, by the way. And then, yeah, Team Ninja thought, yeah, let's do that for Dead or Alive 5. But exclusively for PlayStation users. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, PC and Xbox fans, you don't have gyro. But then again, you don't really need that. Just set the breast motion to OMG mode and you're good to go. That's all you need. Unfortunately, as far as I remember, DOA 6 does not have that. Which is a darn shame. Would have been nice if they had it.
네, 제게 맡기시죠.
Oh shit, I just realized that thing around her neck. That ball, you know what that thing is, right?
알겠습니다.
But why does she need that? Is her arm not the only thing that's dangerous?
나아갈 것이다. 점장과의 외출은 언제든 가능하지. 언제든.
Anomaly or support? Support.
어? 무슨 비밀이야, 제가. 신하여 무슨 일이? 뭐 이번엔 어디 갈까요? 오늘은 학교를
So
쉬는
what's
날이에요.
Yuzaha's? Anomaly character or shares the same. Oh, okay. Then no, she works too. It's funny how, despite being a support, Yuzaha can build up physical anomaly quickly. The same could be said about certain other characters where they are a different class, but somehow they act like they're anomalies. Alright, so let's do 60. So, just like with every other new character, Promia does have a unique meter. That meter builds up as you attack or use your X special. And being a anomaly user, yes, she can conduct Shatter, Frozen effectively. So once you have enough meter, 1 or 2, I think it's you hold the normal attack. Yeah. And it unleashes a bloom. Was that a bloom? I can't tell. That. There we go. Actually, I'm kind of wondering, can you still do a bloom even with them when they are not affected by an attribute? No, they have to be. The enemies have to be affected by any element. And then, once you have enough of that meter of hers, which I just wasted, yeah. Shatter. A bloom. What is the bloom? I don't know. I just assume that it just means an extra damage anomaly reaction. Unlike Disorder though, Disorder is when 2 elements clash. Yeah, between Miyabi and Promia. You know, Promia specifically would be the one that can build up anomalies, ice anomaly faster than Miyabi. And it's important to remember that because between the two, as you can see from their stats, like I don't know why really they labeled her as anomaly. Yeah, Promia is straight up anomaly, so you have to build mastery and proficiency, so that way you build up ice anomaly faster. Miyabi is the opposite. She's more of the offense. Build attack, crit rate, and especially crit damage. Yeah, the same could be said about Promia, but yeah, let's face it. Proficiency, mastery, and proficiency is better. Don't take my word for it. They even said so. Oh, right. Can't do it here. Even on the disk drives, yeah, you need to build proficiency, mastery. I mean, anomaly, mastery, and proficiency. Those are the ones you have to build. Is that what she does? They should still have like a. They should have like a second. How do I say this? So you know how like when a character's X meter runs out, and you know you press that button, press the special attack button, when you don't have enough meter. They should separate, have an input that separates that. Because, you know, it would be nice if you could, like, you know, string from normal and then just a normal, not normal, like a regular special. So that you can at least do something a little different, right? Use that as like a finisher. And then have another button to activate the X special.
작은 서프라이즈야. 좋은 거 당연하죠.
더 할 말이 놓치구나.
Yeah, see, you can do like 3 flippy dip kicks when you don't have a super meter or X meter. They should have a separate input for that. And then, you know, if you want to use, if you actually do want to use your X meter, then that should be inputted to a different button. I'm thinking circle because, as you can see from the button prompts down there, there is no input on. There is no input on circle. Or if you're playing on Xbox, that would be the B button, right?
이만 끝내도록 하죠. 시간은 유한합니다.
Oh, she has like a time parry as well. At least when you have enough meter.
거점이든 잘 가시길.
네. 나약하군. 이 기세를 계속하죠.
빠르게 가지. 제 인내심은 한계가 있습니다.
알겠어.
Somewhere in between Miyabi is normal. She can do like a parry. I'm guessing it's when she does that. Yeah. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, I figured. It's her last. It's when she does that. The last input on her normal.
나약하군. 용서는 없어.
See, like, exactly that too. Like, instead of, so usually when you see that the enemy stun gauge, you know, goes into the rainbow color, you would have to string your normals till the end of the combo in order to initiate that, you know, the tag thing. But, you know, if you only use your regular X attack like this, or sorry, not like that, that would have been convenient.
깜짝 놀라지 않게 조심하세요. 좀 시킬까요? 도망가! 두 배로 갚아줄게요. 네.
So it goes in a rainbow. You have to use like you have to like do a string of your normals until the end of the combo. But there should be a button where you could just use your regular X attack. In this case, you know, if you don't have enough meter. Should have had that, man. Make the X attack circle button and then
알겠어요.
the meterless style just be the triangle buttons, or the other way around. Then again, the only time where you ever do press circle during combat is that one boss, weekly boss, when you're like trying to. I forgot the name of that boss. It's where you have to like find which of the three illusion child is the real one, or something like that. Oh, and then when you're doing the exploration, when you have to activate Bell and Wise's ability to make things appear or disappear. That's like the one time where the circle and B button does get used. Well then, yeah, no, they can still like adjust it. Optimize the controls. As a matter of fact, what does the setting looks like for the controls? Basic, dodge, ultimate, switch. There's nothing on L2. Then the L2 button, the shoulder button should be what I said before. Bell and Wise's ability to see things, or during that boss fight. This one, where is it? It was in Notorious Hunt. I think it was the Wandering Hunter. Yeah. Yeah, let the L2 shoulder button be that prompt. That would be convenient. Alright, so yeah, that's what she can do. Actually, come to think of it, hang on. Aside of... No, Miyabi, despite being labeled as an anomaly character... No, Promia is straight up cryo anomaly. So yeah, if you need a an ice anomaly attribute user who builds up ice faster than Miyabi, then yes, she is the one you could gacha for. Plus, she also does a bloom, which actually, now that I just remember that. What's logbook? Oh, right. The tutorial. Where is that? Handbook. What the heck does a bloom do exactly? I'm confused. Alright, looks like we got our tease of a new element that we're gonna have. Wind! Right now, it's just a teaser. Get ready for Season 3 for a wind character. And you know what that means? Wind chips. Like, that chip for the character skills. Like, yeah, fire, ice, electric, and such. Anyways, physical... I always forget, like, what each attribute does exactly. Other than fire. Fire and physical I know. Physical, the enemy's stun gauge increases. They take more stun damage. So, stun characters have it easy. Fire just does damage over time. I don't know what the other ones are. Either apparently increases... suffer additional ether damage. Okay. Doesn't say what a bloom does? Huh. Really? There's no tutorial on what a bloom does? What does Google say? It's an extra explosion of damage that happens when an anomaly is triggered. A bloom is a unique damage over time DOT trigger effect that activates. I mean, yeah, that I know. Okay, well, at least that's what the internet says. It just adds an extra damage, explosion damage, but only when the enemy is suffering from any of the elements that's affected on them. Okay, I see. So just an anomaly, unique feature for anomaly characters. So if you want that extra punch, yeah, first off you make sure the enemy suffers from a specific element, or not specific, any element. Once applied, then you can trigger the anomaly character's ability to inflict a bloom. As far as I know, Promia can do that. I think Arya can also do a bloom. I want to say Alice as well could, or I think she just does straight up disorder without conflicting another element. She doesn't need to, she can just already do it. Vivian I know can do a bloom. And then Bernice got that nice extra buff where at a certain point when she builds up enough meter, there'll be this little dot that glows, which means once you switch to her, then she initiates a bloom. Yeah, I think that's it. Like that's the only few anomaly characters that can do a bloom. But between a bloom and disorder, I'd say disorder is better. Especially only for one character that inflicts it. Or, sorry, two. Just Yanagi and what I just said, Alice. Ah, right. Huh, despite being a stun, impact is not even relevant. Oh yeah, I was about to say rupture characters, which is what Billy is, right? S-Ring Billy is actually a rupture character. That being said, yeah, rupture characters, you have to be mindful of them. They basically exchange their HP for more damage. And as far as I can tell, they can regain their lost health by just doing normal attacks. So, word of advice, don't go too wild on Billy. Because the more he attacks, at least with his X special attacks, the more he drains his HP. Which ends up making you feel like he's become a glass cannon. And yeah, no, it's a common thing with rupture characters. Manato does that too. And what's her name? Squid Lady. Yidhari also does that too because she's a rupture. Again, exchange HP for more damage. So yeah, if you do get Billy, be careful. Don't go overboard. HP drains really quickly for Billy.
네.
새로운 꿈이 현실로 이어진 것만. 어디 갈까요? 오늘은 학교를 쉬는 날이에요.
I'm looking forward to the day Nicole gets to become S rank. So that way everybody in the Cunning Hairs will be S rank. If you think about it, actually,
점장과의
most of the teams are all S ranks to one another.
네 마음이 들 거야.
You have the Angels of Delusion, straight up all S ranks.
오늘의
The what's their called? The Spook Shack. Everybody in Spook Shack is S rank. Oh wait, no, except for Manoto. Manoto's the only one who is an A rank.
무슨 일 있으면 안녕하세요.
코드 148 지연 준비됐습니다.
출근인가요?
Everybody in Neps everybody in Neps is S rank as well. Oh, except for Seth. Sorry. It's always the boys. As far as I know, only 2 female characters in the surrounded by S rank squad is Sugaku and Korin. Korin is A rank in the Victoria housekeeping team.
전 같이 불타보자.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on Obel squad. Everybody in Obel squad is freaking S rank.
전 오볼로스 니트로 내방 메이드젠
They better start pumping out more A rank characters. We're running low. Otherwise, ZZZ is gonna end up becoming just like Honkai Star Rail. Too many S ranks, so little A ranks, and then suddenly there won't be a single A rank. And then you know what that is? Power creeping. It's gonna lead to power creep. Fortunately, at least the ZZZ team is aware. That's why they went back to some of the older characters and gave them some buffs. Except most of them were just all S rank characters.
도움이 필요하신가요?
Zhou Yuan, despite being an attack and despite giving her such the highest crit damage, yeah, she's not doing enough damage. I don't know why. I gave her everything she needed. Well, except for that. I mean, yeah. Whoops. But I think the reason why... Well, one, obviously I don't have her W engine. Her unique W engine. In fact, actually, what's the most recommended one? Those 3, huh? I don't have extras. What does this do? Increases damage by 2.9 and damage... Huh, okay. But then what does her weapon do? Increases crit rate by 15, launching an 50%, launching an X special attack grants the equipper 8 charge stacks up to a maximum 8 whenever the equipper's basic attack or dash attack deals either damage, consumes a charge stack, and increases skill damage by 35%. Plus, on the side, it gives her additional 19 point... At least, that's only level 0. Initially, 19.2% crit damage. Oh, okay, I see why they advise, in terms of disc drives, they advise you to get that 2-piece one instead, which increases your crit rate, the character's crit rate by 8%. But I went with crit damage. And the thing about either characters, yeah, you have to... I mean, you don't really have to, but it sounds like if you really want to do extra damage, you're going to need a character that can build up either anomaly. Can interrupt their actions. Well, at least she's very agile. And the shotgun blast she does, up close it does do a lot of damage, but Yeah, part of me feels like I could do more with her if I had her W engine. But yeah,
코드 148.
제가
I don't know. I don't think I can.
안녕하세요. 제가
Well, every now and then with some characters, I just don't bother equipping the right W engine or even the right disk drive. I just go with my own personal choice. And every now and then it does work.
보호 대상 확인. 작전 개시.
Hang on, I just remember something. Shit, no, it slipped out of my mind. Hang on. It has something to do with... Oh, wait, now I remember. Is it here? No, here. Oh, okay, no, I only have 2. No, that's fine. Oh boy, we do have an idea on what the next city locale will look like, or the theme of it at least. Knights. We're going to the medieval ages, people. Except, not really straight up medieval. Just lots of knights here, everywhere. Here, there, everywhere. And Belle and Wise joins the fight. In a way, just not physically. Because yes, there's already leaked footages of their gameplay. And yeah, obviously they're not physically capable. It's their stand that does most of the fighting. But, you know, if you think about it, still from another angle, they are joining the fight. I feel like that's going to be the passive thing. You know what I think? Okay, here's my prediction. So, we already know wind attribute is going to be a new element introduced. It's already introduced now in the game, except, you know, enemies are the one dealing the wind damage. Although you can... I'm assuming there's something in the story that lets you use wind. But yeah, that being said, my prediction, Belle and Wise's their stand is a wind type element. And the game's going to, as you progress through the story, they're going to reward you with enough materials just so you can get them to level 40 or something like that. And so that way players can play around with the wind element. You don't need the gacha. It's a free character because you technically already have Belle and Wise, right? So, yes, that's what they're gonna do. Hoyoverse has done that many times. Back when Genshin introduced Sumeru, they gave us a free character to play around with Dendro, which was Kale. And then in Honkai Star Rail, when they introduced a new class, a new type of class, instead of a new character, the Trailblazer, your character, changes into that new type right off the bat. And then they'll tell you, okay, you want more of that type of fighting style? Well, then that's when you got a gacha. So expect the same thing to happen in ZZZ. Belle and Wise will be free characters. You'll get to toy around with their wind element. And then we'll see more S rank and hopefully A rank characters with wind elements. And whatever gimmick they have in store. Season 2 was all about giving characters their own unique meter. Like
말씀해 주십시오.
I'm sure you kind of like noticed that like a lot of characters in season 2 had like
어디든
a meter.
제게 맡기시죠.
새롭군 꿈 어디 갈까요?
제액을 없애는 일은 내가 도와줄게.
Actually, you know what? I would say almost everybody in season 2 had that unique meter.
이로운 일을 행해야 한다.
보호대
옷은 달라졌어도
You know,
타깃은 같다.
I know it's still summertime just began, but
출발하자.
I kind of miss the old outfit. I'll swap back
이번에는
once
내가
the
어떤
summer heat
신분도
kicks in.
있어주길 원해?
Same thing with Barbara. It's crazy to think that they gave that Jane outfit for free. Not that many gacha games would offer you an S rank free costume like that. That's crazy. Well, then again, this is also the same game that gave everybody a free S rank character, Harumasa. And yeah, you know, he plays pretty good. I mean, before Ambi Soldier Zero came in, you had your attack Electro right here for free.
이번엔 귀하의 명을 따르겠습니다.
I mean, to be fair, it was a male character, of course. He was free, but at what cost? Well, not a big cost, not really a major cost, but more like, here's your free character, enjoy. Oh, but by the way, here's a sneak peek preview of Soldier Zero Ambi, who will be more better than him. Since when was he free? As soon as the update went live, when he was introduced, when he became playable. I think I want to say it was like, and it was part. I want to say it was part of an anniversary lineup, but I don't think so. I think he was just given away for free at when the update went live. It was crazy. It was nuts. Just like, oh, okay, sure. And what's even wilder? Not only was he given away for free, but his banner went up on the same day. So it's like, oh, if you like to make him stronger, increase his mindscape. Okay, well, here's his banner too. We'll give you a head start on giving him to you for free. I think it was at the time when the hand, they're called hand, right? The squad.
제액을
코드 148 제야 이 길을 따라 나아갈 것이다.
Or yeah, the HSO squad, yeah. When Section 6 team, yeah, that's what they were called. Section 6 team, you know, when they were slowly releasing them playable forms one after another. Yeah, at that point, yeah, I think it was pretty clear that they did that on purpose. They let him be free, which is great, but then the real deal was having Yanagi and then waiting for Miyabi to be playable. Or you know what? From another angle perspective, they made him free so that way players can save their polychromes just for Miyabi. At least that's what another angle I can imagine why he was given away for free. Either way though, I didn't really use it that much. I only was forced to use him for his character story. Again, he's pretty good, pretty average. Well, I say average, but hey, he's got really good range. Literally, he obviously, yes, he has a bow, but it also feels like he just pulls himself in towards the enemies. Plus, yeah, again, because his bow splits into twin swords. And yes, yeah, lightning fast. That's what he's also. So, yeah, free, S rank, and yeah, just your average Joe Schmo attack character. But he does do the damage. Oh, speaking of the devil, right, he's over there. But you know what's sad? Nobody talks about him anymore. Because it was all according to plan. They made him, they gave him away for free. But by the time Yanagi and Miyabi were playable, it was like he was just forgotten. I mean, can you blame them?
네.
I mean,
이번엔
Yanagi was one thing, but then you had ZZZ had a character related to the one who was very motivated. But seriously, can you even like deny the moment you see a character with a katana? Could you possibly ignore that? No. Your eyes, your attention, your brain, your frontal lobe would focus on Miyabi as soon as she came out. And then forget that he was ever free to begin with. But now, but of course when somebody goes out of their way to mention him, oh, trust me, that's when the people will turn heads and be like, no, he was a great character. And he is. But let's just you better hope that ZZZ doesn't suffer from power creep. In Season 3 at least. That won't be good. It was already suffering from that midway through Season 2. Fortunately, they were quick to act. Except I wish they gave some of the A-rank characters some little rework as well. Like Korin. My sweet little pea Korin with the deadly chainsaw buzz thingy. Buzzsaw, that's what it's called. Buzzsaw on a stick. And plus, Korin was given away for free. Because I guess at the time, that was supposed to be your substitute physical attack character before day one players were able to snatch Nekomata. Or Nekomiya. Because yeah, Nekomiya is a physical attack. So you have your A rank equivalent to Nekomiya. That's how it always should be. You have A rank and an S rank equivalents to each other. How long were you here? Oh yeah, I bought an official Bang Boo plushie. Except it's not for me. I'm gonna give it to a friend. I bought the avocado Bang Boo. Comes in the way how Hoyoverse packaged it, or whoever packaged it. Yeah, it looks like it's something that you would see straight out of the video game. There were plenty other Bang Boos out there too. I think there was the shark one. Actually, hold on. Well, I think there was the butler one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there was the shark one. I think there was the safety one. Yeah, I got the avocado one. Oh, and yeah, Bell and Wise's Bang Boo, Eos. Who else was there? I want to say the paper Bang Boo was there too. I think the butler one was there too. And then aside of plushies, yeah, they also had like also mini keychains and phone charms. Anybody remember phone charms? Phone charms of Bang Boos were there too. But yeah, I'm gonna give that to a friend of mine. For me, I just got the acrylic standees. So when I was at the anime convention, yeah, there was a whole bunch in stock. Unfortunately, and day one I only got Korin and Soldier Zero Ambi. They did have a Rina standee, but the silly guy, the guy behind the desk, unfortunately dropped her. He was gonna put a discount, but I was like, nah, I'll come back when you have more of her restocked, clean, no damage. But I couldn't go on day 2 because the weather was really bad. And then, yeah, I expected that on day 3, a lot of the stock was going to be sold out. I was also considering getting Miyabi, but you say I didn't want to spend too much at the convention. I was considering about my wallet while I was looking around, shopping around. So I ended up, instead of getting more ZZZ acrylic stands, I got the Genshin stands. Unfortunately, Ganyu was sold out, Kaching was gone. So I ended up with Lynette and Mizuki, because Mizuki deserves all the respect. I mean, there was, yeah, because Mizuki, just like Dea, she's a 5-star character in Genshin that had a limited time banner one time and now has been transitioned to the standard banner. Which is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a bad thing because that means if you're trying to hunt for Mizuki, that is a 1 out of a million chances. Because of those chances, you're going to get Chi-Chi, Mona, Kaching, or Jean, or Diluc. Yeah, that bad. Or at least, and Genshin is aware of this, whenever Genshin gets close to its 1-year anniversary, you get to choose any of the characters from the standard banner, one of them for free. That is like another way to get Mizuki. Now, Mizuki isn't exactly a fighter, even despite being a animo character. So, you know, swirl everywhere. And yes, she's a healer, but to be frank, she's not the best healer. Her healing only... She cannot fully heal your party member. She can only heal your character up to 75%. That's it. So if you're in a team playing online cooperative with other players, yeah, I'm pretty sure some people would expect... I expect people to say, can you pick a different healer? Mizuki sucks. Yeah, because apparently 75% of your health recovery is not enough. You need to be at 100. Which I understand. But hey, Mizuki has one ability. When you activate her skill and you fly off any ledge, she maintains the altitude and glides. No stamina cost unless you dash. But then once the skill ends, then yeah, that's when you have to pull out the glider. So yeah, I respect Mizuki. I mean, come on, just look at her. For 1, she got legs. 2, she's a yokai. 3, she eats your nightmares so that you can sleep soundly. 4, she runs a bathhouse. A hot bathhouse. 5, therapy session. She knows how to ease your pain, aside of eating your nightmares. And 6, well, it's relevant to what I said earlier, but yeah, the bathhouse. She gave you fan service for once. She let you see the Raiden Shogun and Yai Miko wrapped in a towel in that one still image cutscene. So, don't say Mizuki didn't do you any favors. Hot pot. Oh. Oh wait, no, that's a different kind of hot pot. I thought that was like one of those Korean barbecues in restaurants. It's all red. If I think that's spicy, please, these people need to try the one chip challenge. I would never. There's a reason why it's called that. I've seen people who get sent to hospitals for daring to do that. No, thank you. I'll prefer my level of spiciness. Speaking of spicy, oh boy. Aside of what the things that are happening next week for us gamers, the World Cup is coming soon as well. As far as I know, I think I'm only going to be busy on that one weekend where the game is going to happen close. Yeah, that day, at that point, that day, weekend, I'm staying away from any busy streets, downtown cities, uptown as well. Because, I'm not a fan of crowds. I mean, I can tolerate conventions, but sports fans are they're a whole different species. I mean, have you seen Super Bowl fans? NBA fans? NHL fans? Super Bowl fans especially. They get crazy. I'd say out of all the sports where the biggest event ever happens, I'd say baseball fans, they go crazy too, yeah, but not as chaotic as Super Bowl fans. Where's the Bang Boo? Not even at the night. You can't even pet the dog. Anyways, let's see. Tomorrow's Sunday, so yeah, no, I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow. But this coming week, as much as I want to stream, and not that I can do a watch along, but I think it's best that I don't stream on those days. I won't stream on the day for State of Play, and especially Summer Game Fest. I think it's best that or most of us just watch at our own leisure. But do expect a stream where, yeah, of course, I will try to talk about, the things that will soon be revealed to all of us, from the State of Play to the Summer Game Fest. And whatever you do, do not believe in what the internet tells you from the rumors and the leaks. Even if it came from a quote-unquote reliable source. Yeah, no, don't. Have you seen what happened to the Half-Life fans? They actually thought Half-Life 3 was going to be announced at last year's Game Awards, and then it didn't happen, and then they took it to Steam and started yelling and screaming. Well, if you could imagine them screaming and crying. The copium was real, man. Like, holy smokes. They were everywhere, even on the YouTube comments, like watching. I'm watching like a simple Team Fortress 2 source filmmaker video, and then I scroll on the comments, and some recent comments are about no Half-Life 3, we were lied to comments, and I'm like, there never was going to be a Half-Life 3. I'm sorry. But whoever told you that, you should have known better. It's the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody can make up some... Anybody can make a convincing screenshot, like that one time the guy made a Rayman screenshot of Smash for Wii U. Remember that? But at least the guy actually came forward and said, yeah, that was me, sorry. That was just a mock-up. But before he stepped forward, a lot of people thought that was real. They thought we were getting... Those Smash fans thought we were getting Rayman to be a playable character in Smash for Wii U. Because that one mock-up shot looked so real. Just like how years later that Grinch leak happened. But hey, at least the Banjo-Kazooie thing was real. Except for Shadow. Poor Shadow. Back into the assist trophy he went. They could have made him an Echo Fighter, for crying out loud. Come on, literally, Shadow is just an echo of Sonic. If we're talking about Sonic Adventure 2. Same homing attack, same somersault, same running speed. But yeah, I'm sure you already know that some Echo Fighters don't exactly have the exact same moveset. Like, look at Ryu and Ken. Yeah, they're Shoto fighters, but Ken has more inputs than Ryu. And then, who is it? Pit and Dark Pit, their only difference is their projectiles and their side specials. Lucina and Marth, Chrom and Roy, yeah, like those are the kind of Echo Fighters where, yeah, they more or less they do play the same, but they have like different play styles, different damage inputs even. You can't say that Marth and Lucina are the exact same fighters with the same damage input. Not at all. Marth is all about landing that sweet spot on the tip of his sword. Lucina, you don't need to worry about that. And then yeah, Ken's got more because he has more inputs. He's faster than Ryu. And apparently his Shoryuken is stronger than Ryu's. Ken has more combo capabilities than Ryu. So in all senses, Shadow should have been an Echo Fighter to Sonic. He has the same homing attack. He can punch, he can kick. All you gotta do is just change like 2 or 3 moves to make him different. That's it. And then there you go. Shadow would be an Echo to Sonic. Imagine that, man. Really, that would have been that would be easy. So easy, in fact, that yeah, modders are the ones who came to save us all. And now Goku's in Smash Ultimate. Rayman's still frozen in the... Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. In the Wii U stage of Battlefield. Among the ice crystals you see, somewhere there, Rayman is frozen forever. Making that mock-up screenshot even funnier. Like, people thought he was real, but now because people thought that was a legit screenshot, that they go to Battlefield. Somebody pointed out on Battlefield Rayman was there frozen. Well, others could say that it would be considered a mockery. But guys, come on. If you want to blame somebody, you blame that guy for creating a mock-up. Sure, at least he had the guts to actually step forward and say, you know, that was fake. You don't often see people, you know, doing that. Like, take the fall. But, you know, nowadays people will be like, it was that guy. Or they won't say anything. They'll blame somebody else before admitting that it was their own fault. And yeah, I'll admit, that's me too. But just give me 24 hours the next day to reflect on the things I say, the things I do, and then I'll be like, man, I'm such an asshole. Actually, yeah, the real Smash Brothers Ultimate is the ones. Basically, Sakurai, Bandai Namco just did the first half. The other half by the modders. The unfortunate part, though, is that if you're gonna play Smash Ultimate with mods, only do that with your Switch 1 if you still have it, because don't risk that take on doing that on your Switch 2. I don't know if it's still a thing, if it's true or not. Like, you know, that thing, the Nintendo can apparently Nintendo can remotely brick your Switch 2 if you dare so even try to mod your Switch 2. Yeah, of course. Fortunately for them, I'm not that person. I wouldn't. The only place that I would mod a game is just PC. And yes, yeah, you know which game I'm talking about. Man, imagine if you were playable, Cecilia, except with that dress, that seems impossible. That's always the funny thing about Hoyoverse fans. They look at a character, like, especially ZZZ, and they see, like, oh, but this character has, like, all the details. They're bound to be playable, right? And then, you know, 3-4 updates later, nothing. Or the next season happens, nothing. They're just a unique NPC unique NPC with a unique design, part of the lore, but they are not playable, and they never will. I mean, in a dress like that, maybe not. Other times it could be obvious, like which character is going to be playable. Like, what's her face? Back then when, yeah, I remember seeing Suna. When she, at the end of the summer event, she showed up, and then it was like, huh, I wonder if this character is gonna be playable. And then, yep, it happened. Suna was actually playable. It was a big tease for the arrival of the Angels of Delusion. Is this guy okay? People were thinking a Hoyoverse fighting game, but that won't happen. Won't happen unless there's a market for it. Think about it. When Genshin came out, suddenly Genshin... I wouldn't say... Actually, no. First Breath of the Wild happened, yes. But in the market, when Hoyoverse released Genshin, the market, at least in Asia, started to be like, okay, people love open world games, open world gachas, let's make our own. So then you have Tower Fantasy. Even Bandai Namco tried to go in on it with that game, Blue... What was it called? Bandai Namco had... It's not a free-to-play game, mind you. Blue... Oh, wait, no, it is free-to-play. Blue Protocol, yeah. Blue Protocol, Tower Fantasy, and then Hypergriff saw that opportunity, so they started working on Arcanite's Enfield, and then Kuro Games. They had Punishing Gray, but that was on open world, so they were like, aha, Genshin is taking all the glory. We'll show them. And then, you know, what's that game? Wuthering Waves finally came out. So unless there's a market, whoever does it first though, especially coming from the Chinese devs, in their market, if somebody makes the move to make a fighting game, a gacha fighting game, which is, actually now that I say that out loud, that sounds really bad. But let's just say if there was a gacha fighting game, then if it goes well, then the rest will follow. They will. It's a case of like chasing trends. But again, as long as the game is good and gives people a reason to come back to play more, excuse me, then it's a market that can grow. Again, just look at how just like with Genshin. Genshin was an open world game, yes. Truly inspired by Breath of the Wild. And then suddenly, and yeah, Genshin pulled off pretty good. There was a market for it. And then yeah, everybody followed. And then they try to compete. Some would say Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin, even to this day. Well, depends on who you ask. I'd say not really. Hey, I gave Wuthering Waves 2 chances. It was almost there, but it failed. Which is a shame, because I do like the combat, I do like the characters, but the grind was too much. I mean, sure, somebody could say the same thing about Genshin, and I wouldn't argue with that. Maybe it's just because now I'm just beyond. I'm in the deep end. I'm below the iceberg of Genshin addiction. Except it's not really an addiction anymore. It's more like now it's part of my life. Until one day, whether it's me or Hoyoverse, we, pull the plug or something like that. Whose car is this? That is tiny. Do you find something laughable about my automobile? This was the biggest thing this was the biggest thing I could afford. Anyways, this is still open. So yeah, whoever pulls it off first, like imagine if Hoyoverse does make a fighting game with all of their characters mixed into the mix. And yeah, again, if they got the gameplay running and being that fun, enjoyable, then yeah, trust me, other game companies will follow suit. And when Genshin if Hoyoverse sees a competition with that, you know what that means? They have to try harder. They have to make their games, their fighting game better with every update. Think of it like, I guess, I don't know if I want to call this a good example. You know that episode in SpongeBob where Plankton tries to how do I say it? Mentally scar SpongeBob by falsely ordering 100 Krabby Patties. Oh wait, no, scratch that. No. That it was like no. Maybe I got that wrong. It's the episode where Plankton tries to compete with Mr. Krabs on having the Chum Bucket open more hours than the Krusty Krab. Think of it like that. When one company tries to outdo the other, that's when heads will start butting each other. Or a better example, it's like Nintendo and PlayStation back then. Except at the end of the day, we know PlayStation won that battle. And that's something that the gaming industry is failing to do these days, except for the Chinese market. You have Hoyoverse and Kuro Games bashing each other's heads. But the Western companies, man, they... Look, it's fine to be friendly, but you also have to have competition with each other. That's how you that's how you make good games. Especially if they're in the same genre. Why do you think back then we used to have all this Mario versus Master Chief versus Kratos moments? You have Mario fans fighting, arguing, saying Mario games are more fun. I mean, yeah, they're completely different genres. But but it's what helps drives the game developers to be like, people need more Mario. Okay, let's make more Mario games. People need more Halo. Let's make Halo games. Let's make them better and such. And then, yeah, if we're talking about like games that are in the same genre, Halo versus Call of Duty. Well, yeah, guess who got the advantage? Call of Duty, because it's multi-platform. How does Halo compete with that? Nothing. Back then they couldn't. All they had to do was just make Halo a good game exclusively for Xbox users. But then guess what happened after that? That's once Bungie passed the torch, 343 was in charge, and then they started chasing the dream. Call of Duty's dream. Let's make Halo very Call of Duty with loadouts and unlimited sprinting and such. Oh, and modern aim. No, they didn't have aiming down sights. Like I said, chasing trends can be good if it's done well, but if the execution is done poorly, then yes, you're gonna have Halo becoming the next Call of Duty clone, which did not turn out so well. And yeah. But thing is, making a fighting game, nah. Hoyoverse would have to learn how to make a fighting game themselves, or they would have to bring in professionals, or worse, they have to outsource it. But chances are, knowing Hoyoverse, they would never outsource it. They would do in their best ability to understand how a fighting game is made, what is important to put in a fighting game, especially in today's generation. Like, you've seen it with a lot of modern fighting games now. Like Street Fighter 6, it may be an old franchise, but it lived long enough to include modern controls. So, you know, if you're new to fighting games and you can't do those motion inputs, hey, that's okay. Modern controls is there. And if you want, yes, if you want to get better at the game or join the FGC, not that you should, but, you know, understand how fighting games actually work, then yeah, you can switch to classic. Oh yeah, and yes, I did hear that Invincible Versus starting adding in motion inputs, but it does already have issues. Fortunately, they are looking into it. So yeah, that's the thing about fighting games today. It needs to cater to not just veterans of fighting games today. They need to cater to new players, or players who are just fan of like simple controls. And knowing Hoyoverse, or any game developers that like to release their games on consoles and mobile, yes, it is vital that they make their game as simple as possible. But at the end of the day, you know, make it fun, make it addicting, give people a reason to come back for more. And if Hoyoverse were to make a fighting game, guess what? That means they could, they could release updates 1 month after another, which is something that Multiverses was failing at. Although, yeah, to be fair, yeah, I know Multiverses is a platform fighting game, but my point stands there. Notice how, like, free-to-play games, Western specifically, they take months or even a year to get one major update ready, right? Hoyoverse, they're out here releasing fresh new characters, a story, expanding the story 1 month after another. Unless they need more time, which is rare, they'll say, okay, give us like another couple of weeks. Genshin did that too. Genshin, they had to delay because of, well, COVID was one time. The other was, they needed more time, development time. But yeah, Hoyoverse was on a roll, man. They've been rolling out updates one after another. If they could do that with a fighting game, imagine how many characters they could pull out every month. That's something that fighting games... That's like something that fighting games wish they could do. Actually, now that I say that out loud, I think that's impossible to do, because fighting game characters, even one has every reason to take months to develop. Because, one, you have to animate the characters. 2, voice the characters. 3, test the characters. 4, or was that 5? I lost count already. But yeah, working the frames, and then step by step, is this character okay? There is no such thing as a balance. Just say, is this character playable, fair? Oh yeah, but don't worry, if the character's unfair, they can just patch or nerf or buff the character. But once again, hence why I say there is no such thing as a balanced fighting game. There is not a single character that is considered to be fair towards another. And that's like, again, one of the biggest challenges for making a fighting game. Animation, frames, hitboxes, hurt boxes, and of trying their best to avoid any sort of like exploits. Like making sure that the character doesn't do like infinite juggles like Glacius in the first Killer Instinct. Yeah, I know about that. And then you know what Rare had to do? They went to multiple locations, take multiple flights around state after state to update the arcade cabinets of KI, because when whoever that person found the Glacius infinite air juggle, yeah, that was not fair. Can you imagine the plane tickets that they have to spend just to go from state to state to patch an arcade, all the multiple arcade machines affected by that? Hey, at least nowadays we have Wi-Fi. Dead or Alive 5 had an arcade cabinet. I almost forgot it did. And they patched those. They didn't just patch the console ports. And yeah, no, Team Ninja didn't have to fly from one prefecture in Japan to another. Just use Wi-Fi. Dead or Alive 5 arcade. Wonder what that was like back then. How many coins did they consume? Anyways, it's a dream, but could it happen? That all depends on the market, and of course, no. More importantly, which company pulls it off first. No. More importantly, that's the same thing with marketing. Like, if the interest is there, the market is there, then yeah, they would do it. And then yeah, who's going to pull it off first? Would it be Hoyoverse, Kuro Games, or even, dare I say, Hota Studios, the makers of Tower of Fantasy? Or some random company out of nowhere that takes all the glory? Excuse me. Okay, holy smokes, it's 11. Yeah. Whoa. Why do people always do this, standing in a corner? Unless they're the shy people, I understand that, but at the same time, it's kind of creepy. Are you a maid? Do you know Corin? Probably not. What the frick? Does Big Ben know about this? Anyways, right, so, what is it? So yeah. I'll stream when I can, sometime next week. Most likely after the State of Play. And then, yeah, when I do... whenever I stream, then, yeah, I will share my thoughts about what has been revealed. Just make sure you all have your expectations checked. You don't want to end up like them, the Smash fans, or practically anybody. The only thing I hope to see from the State of Play in terms of my prediction. He's not even taking a photo of her. That's a different picture. Yeah, sorry. The only thing I hope to see is just an update on Dead or Alive 6. I don't expect God of War remake to be shown there. I'll be surprised if it did. But yeah, no, I think there's like no chance. Because since that was like recently revealed, right? It's not like Santa Monica just pull out an alpha build and show it to everybody. No. Alpha builds are not that easy to make, you know? If there was like another thing I want to see aside of Dead or Alive 6, from third parties, what would I want to see actually? What do I wish to see? I don't know why this is hard to think. Well, I'll say in terms of third parties, I don't know, something from Sega. I don't know what exactly, just anything from Sega. And then for first party from Sony, well, it's hard to imagine what they could possibly surprise us. I can't even think of what I want to see from them, especially after one failure after another. So, I don't know. No, Marvel Tokon is pretty much obvious. I would call that first party, but nah. Again, that's already well known. That's predictable. I don't know. I got nothing from first parties. Third parties, yeah. I'm just expecting something from Sega. That's it. Oh, and I guess another thing that came to mind, something from Software. Again, I did mention about how there's a rumored pirate game they're working on, whatever the heck that is. So we'll see. Oh, and speaking of, sorry, one last thing. We are getting a new Lord of the Rings game. I didn't mention that. And it's actually being developed by the people who did, what's it called? Kingdom Come Deliverance. And I haven't played that. I haven't played Kingdom Come yet. But I heard it's really good. And considering what they have managed to achieve to make a name for themselves after 2 games, not 1 but 2 successful games. While it's too soon to say, but you know, optimistic opinion. shouldn't hurt. I do hope that the Lord of the Rings game is good. The last good Lord of the Rings game I played was the EA ones, the movie tie-ins, Two Towers and Return of the King. I loved those games, especially Return of the King, where that one had 2-player co-op. Me and my cousins would plow through the campaign, live through the movies. It was great. Heck, the game was like functional. There was combos you can pull off, grab moves. And yeah, it was hard, challenging even. Parry combos you can do. There was a skill tree of a sort you can build, and yeah, tons of characters to play as. You don't have to see those games like that anymore. Of course, I'm not expecting the same thing like that to be in that Lord of the Rings open world RPG game. In fact, I kind of wonder what kind of story they're gonna make. If it's gonna be in first person, I don't mind that either. Well, then again, most of the story cutscenes are played, not in just first person. Can you imagine trying to play as a hobbit? You're gonna be looking up. You're gonna be looking up to everybody. They should even give you an option to play as the orcs and Uruk-hais. Ah, you know what? That's what I should have gotten when I was at the retro store. Then again, I don't think I've seen it. Lord of the Rings Conquest, the game that Pandemic Studios developed after Star Wars Battlefront 2. Yeah, it was, for most people it was okay, but dude, Lord of the Rings Battlefront style. Yeah, there was only 4 classes, but that was fun. Name a Lord of the Rings multiplayer game that is not Lord of the Rings Online. Because I guarantee you're not going to find any. Oh wait, except for that one that was like an MMORPG. No, MOBA. There was one that was like a MOBA, I think. Except that one isn't exactly what I was. Not on the same vein as Conquest. I mean, hey, can you name a game where you can play as a Nazgul and killing Frodo Baggins? Because that's literally the first thing you do, the first objective, when you play the what if story scenario. You know, like how Star Wars Battlefront has Galactic Conquest? Well, Lord of the Rings Conquest has that equivalent. You play through the movie tie-ins, and then you play the campaign in which, what if Frodo failed? It would have made sense if Gollum and Samwise Gamgee was there too, but no. You play as a Nazgul, and apparently you're killing orcs because they're also fighting for the ring, I think. But then Frodo becomes your first major boss encounter. And then, yes, you kill them. The Nazguls finish what they failed to do in the first film. And Frodo's like, invisible and popping up whenever he gets a chance to attack. And then just like that, when Frodo fails, Gandalf and the others had to retreat from the Black Gate. And the Fellowship had to separate themselves. Aragorn protecting the White City. Legolas protecting the Elven place. Rivendell. Gimli protecting the mines of Moria. And guess who kills Gimli? The Balrog. Yeah, just like Star Wars, you get to play as the heroes. Or the villains in this case. Gimli versus the Balrog? Who would win? Come on, Gimli. Sauron has the One Ring. He managed to revive the Balrog. There was no way you could have won. Oh, and Gandalf? Where did he go? Gandalf went back to the Shire to protect the hobbits with Treebeard, and Sauron becomes the playable hero. And then, how did it all end? Middle-earth belongs to Sauron. The hobbits' holes became their graves. And the living hobbits were slaves. Gandalf dies. Aragorn dies. Legolas dies. Everybody is dead. Sauron got what he achieved. And that is something I wish some games would have. A what-if scenario. I mean, I know Dynasty Warriors and other games have done it. But sometimes it just feels good playing as the bad guys. It's like that time when Shadow karate chopped Eggman's head and took over the Egg Empire. Or joined Black Doom and killed off Sonic and... What's that guy's name? The general's name again? But yeah. I miss those days. Play as the bad guys, win the day. But don't worry, it's not canon. But you can pretend it's canon. Okay, alright, I said enough. But yeah, maybe next time if I ever pay a when I pay a visit to the retro games, I should find that copy. Well, you know, assuming that the price is right, because obviously if it's like $50, forget it. Even if it's used, especially if it's a used copy, $50 for that, no thank you. Transformers would make sense for being $100, but nah. I mean, dude. Transformers. I mean, Smash Brothers Melee. $200, man. Well, that is unless you could afford a GameCube that is like $500. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, it's either that or you get a Switch 2. Or a Steam Deck. Right. So, with all of that being said, I will see you guys in the next stream. Again, it'll probably be after the State of Play. And I'll talk about that. All right, you folks have a good day and a good night. See you, folks.